Welcome to the GunJones.com lobby chat.
And there's Bill.
Hey there.
You're live. You notice they were copyrighting on Hit or Miss today on the Daily Gun Show?
Yes, I saw that.
I was very unhappy about that.
Yeah, well.
They didn't even plug Hit or Miss when they did it. I swear I'm gonna put a copyright claim on them.
2011, when I came across a game that a teenage Wikipedia user called Mark.
No, I'm kidding. I'm not gonna do that.
No, that's all right. I'm sorry. I'm looking up something that somebody sent me. I asked the guys on the other chat there for some guidance on a gun I'm looking at.
What gun are you looking at?
I believe it's an 1892 Lebel. It's a French.
I know what a Lebel is.
Okay.
I've been watching a lot of the Great War, and I know I've seen a selection of the C&R Arsenal rifles. So, yeah, I know what a Lebel is.
Okay, so I found one at a pawn shop for what I thought was a pretty reasonable price, and I wanted to check with everybody before I pull the trigger on it.
How much?
300. And last year I see them going from 350 to 380. So I was going to ask the guy to give me 10% off, which is 6% tax and 3% credit card, and just walk out the door with it for 300. That was my
did
thought.
he say what cartridge it's in?
I didn't ask that. I know the gun itself. The Model is that the Model? Okay, so it's actually a Model, not a Lebel, but that's okay. But it's definitely the 1892 model. They normally come in 8mm. I don't really care. I'm not sure I'm ever going to shoot this particular one. But I'm definitely, I pulled it up and I'm definitely looking at exactly the same gun. And in fact, the one that's on the internet, mine is actually in a little bit better shape, or the one I'm interested in is in a little bit better shape.
Okay.
I just jumped in. What are you talking about?
I'm looking at a French model 1892 revolver.
Yeah.
Which I found in a pawn shop today.
What condition is it in?
It's in fairly good condition. I was sort of surprised. I did not check the barrel, unfortunately, because I hadn't intended on shooting it. When I first saw it, I mistook it for a Nagant, so I was looking at it, and then when I realized it wasn't a Nagant, I kind of gave it back. Okay. And now I'm realizing, gee, that's really cool, and I don't have any French handguns in my collection.
Well, with it being French in 1892, then it's a smokeless powder. It's not a black powder revolver.
No, it's not a black powder. It uses an 8mm regular brass rimmed cartridge.
Okay. Can you replicate the cartridge?
I'm not that interested in shooting it. I'm interested in getting it just to do the what do you call it? I might even be able to buy the 8mm cartridge.
It's a wall hanger.
Yeah, it's really just to say, hey, I've got a French pistol in my collection. Most of the stuff I have is Slovakian.
Okay.
Well,
okay.
At that point, what does it matter if the barrel's in good condition or not? If you're not going to shoot it, what's the point?
Well,
yeah.
Yes, but the object of the game is the value. Price or not.
It may add to the value. It may not. If you're not going to shoot, you're just going to keep it as a wall piece. Is $300 worth it for you?
Oh, I think it might be. Yeah. It's like I said. I think I did some looking around on some gun forums before I brought it here, and like last year or the year before, these things were going from 350 to 380.
Now, just
and mine's
remember,
in better shape than the picture I'm looking at.
Just remember, make sure that it's the French one and not the Spanish copies that they made for the French.
No, it actually has the French, Arms de Saint-Étienne on the side. I know.
The
I know.
reason I
it's
say
writing it.
is because during World War One, the Spanish made guns for literally everybody on, the French and British side.
Yeah. Well,
And
this
they
one was
didn't make
produced
great
in
guns.
1912. The
They-
date stamp on it is 1912.
Yeah, it's a little. I'll tell you right now, even if the date stamp was 1912, it was probably still used in World War One.
Hmm.
Because how else would a French revolver get in the United States?
It came over on a boat, a plane, somebody.
Yeah, there were no import marks on it,
There's
so
no
it
import
does
marks.
not have import marks on it.
If there's no import marks on it, then it's probably a World War One bringback.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I thought 3 bills was a pretty reasonable price, and if I could get them to come down 10%, I thought maybe I'd go with it.
Could even be a World War II bringback.
That's true. They used them for several decades.
Yeah.
Yeah, I would think more of World War II than World War One.
Well, I don't know. With a manufacture date of 1912, I
That's
would think
pretty
it would.
That don't mean jack.
Yeah.
That don't mean jack. You forget they didn't have these liberal gun laws over there in the 19. It wasn't until well, at least for the places occupied by Germany, they had the gun laws, but the other places didn't have the gun laws until after the war, where they're like, oh no, we don't want the citizens to be armed, and then they're going, do you not remember what just happened?
Yeah.
Don't mind all the noise. I'm just unloading all the reload components I got in the mail today. Yes.
Finally.
Yeah, tell me about it. I've been itching to spend some money on something gun related and I haven't had it.
Cool.
All I'm going to tell you, Bill, is the Spanish made a lot of those revolvers for the French too during World War One. So
if the Spaniards had made it, would it still have the French arsenal name on the side, or would I expect to see Spanish stuff on there?
you would actually expect to see a little bit of both.
All right, so I've got to give it another good once over to make sure to check
Yeah.
to make sure it's really French and not Spanish.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'd do some research on that just to make sure, because you never know. It could have been
Because-
reworked. You might have a newer barrel on there and not really have to worry about anywhere, right?
Well, that's
Well,
true.
And I only say this because if it was used in World War One, it may have some wear on it. But if it's one of those ones made during World War One or made right during World War One, where the Spanish were just copying them outright and selling them to the French, then while yes, it'll have those markings on it saying it was made in 1912, but it may have just been made in 1916. So
Now, are you implying that it's worth less then?
no, I'm not implying that it's worth less. I'm just
Okay.
implying that the Spanish didn't pay attention too much to detail as far as dates on guns when they were making them for the French. It was pretty much, let's mass produce the shit out of everything we can so we can make a buck, but not have to actually do anything for World War One.
Oh, I see what you're saying. Yeah.
Not actually have to send any soldiers into World War One. Excuse me. Because remember, the Spanish didn't participate in World War One. All they did was make guns. But World War II, they had their own problems.
What, being neutral? And I put that in air quotes.
World War II, they had their own problems. They weren't neutral in World War II because they had a fucking civil war going on at that point.
Well, no, they had the Civil War right before World War II. That's where Germany got to test all its weapons.
Yeah. They were, well, no, it lasted into World War II, at least the beginning of World War II.
It wasn't over before
No, it wasn't.
the Germans attacked Poland?
Was
Yeah.
the
Fu.
I'm using my Google foo. Yeah, it lasted from July 1936 to April 1939. So just like right at the beginning of World War II.
Okay, yeah, yeah. You say World War II as I handle Mauser and Carcano rounds.
Yeah. Well, I say just like the beginning of World War II, even though World War II technically started in September of 1939, but you get what I mean. It's happened in the same year, so.
Still, I think that's kind of cool that you found a revolver like that.
Yeah, and I was really surprised by the price. Of course, you know I should have bought it right there. I'll probably call tomorrow.
Yeah,
and
I've had those. I've had those moments too, and then you go back and the thing's gone, and you're going, seriously, somebody actually bought this? But yeah.
The real problem is I'm bidding on a Moz 4956 that Night Strike pointed me at, and so that's going to be like $1,000 out the door if I buy both of them.
You're trying to outbid Night Strike?
No.
No.
I told him I was looking for one, and he found a really nice one still in the Arsenal wrap on Gunbroker.
What?
And so I obviously bid up on it after doing some
Squib,
research on what that was worth.
Squib, insert my Google foo there.
Oh, I guess so.
That's part of my Google foo. Okay, if you want a good rifle, I could probably find you one. It depends. You just got to tell me how much you want to pay for it, and what condition you want it in.
Let's see. I want.
Now you have to be realistic about the price too.
No, come on.
I mean, I also, while I got it from a FFL off of Arms List, I did go and get a C308 for $500. So
yeah, but haven't you already changed that thing around some? You've already sank some money into it.
Yeah, but here's the thing: if you buy a rifle and you want to customize it for yourself, you're going to put money into it, are you not?
Yeah, no, I agree with you there. But I mean, you say you bought it for $500, but it's probably already worth more than that because you've already sank money into it.
I did put some money into it by putting the original wood stock back on it, and I did go and put a A2 flash hider on it, just like the original set me would have, so that I could fit the bayonet on it. So yeah, that's what I did. I even got the sling for it too. So all I was doing was restoring it back to factory condition.
You got the sling.
Yeah.
You know how many guys I see have these rifles and don't bother to get something as standard as the sling? I think it's because there's so many people that don't know that in the military they train you to use the sling to help you support the rifle when you shoot it.
Yeah, and if you see some of the Vietnam movies, some of the Vietnam movies they'll actually show them using the sling as like a stabilizer when they're shooting the rifle.
And that's what you do.
Yeah.
I go down to the range and I see all kinds of guys with rifles, Milsurp or brand new ARs or whatever. Nobody's got a frickin' sling but me.
Yeah. I'm looking for a East German AK-47 sling right now.
Let me look. Let's see.
That's what I'm looking for right now. I don't want to get it off of Numbrex this time because their shipping's a little high.
I'm digging through my parts boxes here. So what is this French revolver chambered in specifically?
All I know is that it's an 8mm rimmed cartridge.
Romanian 8mm rims. Yeah, it could be a lot of different things.
This is I'm sorry if I'm still sharing my screen. This is a picture of the gun I was looking at today, and it shows some ammunition styles underneath. But
is that a representation or the actual gun itself?
That's a representation. The one I was looking at today looks exactly like this. And
I would say go ahead and get it if you're not going to shoot it. But if you are going to shoot it, just inspect the barrel and inspect the parts to make sure everything is,
I know how
away.
to check a gun out if I want to fire it. Yeah.
All right. But
that shouldn't be a problem.
But remember what I've said in my opinion on it. Don't get something you're not going to shoot. That's granted,
well,
is my
normally I
opinion.
shoot everything I buy,
Well, now hold up a minute.
Hold on,
I
hold on.
mean,
This is my opinion. I'm entitled to it, whether
no,
it's right
if
or wrong.
if he knows in advance that it's either a pain in the ass to obtain or make the ammunition, then he's going in there knowing that. If he buys it and then he looks it up and goes, "What?" That's a different story.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I do have a reloader that if we can find or swage brass, he can reload it for me. But exactly like you said, my original intent, my normal rule of thumb is to buy 1,000 rounds of ammunition for every gun caliber that I have. Ain't no way in hell I'm buying 1,000 rounds of this stuff.
No.
If you could,
And the same thing if I bought an Arisaka, I wouldn't be trying to find 1,000 rounds of 7.5 Jap. There ain't no way in
who
hell.
knows? Who knows? PPU
No,
might be selling.
7.5 Jap is not hard to get. New manufacturer. I mean,
It's
it's
just
more or
wicked
less.
expensive. Yeah.
It's more or less 303 British, though. So more or less. Also, Night Strike. I went looking through my East German AK parts, and I do not have a sling either.
It'd be like a bluish black sling if you had it.
If you find one, let me know so I can get one to put in my spare parts.
Yeah, I'll probably get mine off of eBay.
Oh, yeah, I don't eBay,
Because
although I should.
I eBay. I know people don't like it. You know, Matt even mentioned it. You know, if you need parts, sometimes eBay is the way to go. And I've got, believe it or not, the flash hider I got for my set me, it only cost me like $8 off of eBay.
Yeah, I got the crush washer for it.
It came with the crush washer.
Oh, okay.
Free shipping, $8. So not a bad deal.
Yeah.
So, but I even got the bayonet off of eBay too. $20 shipped. So
I think, does DSA have? No, they've got the FN bayonet, don't they? They've got the FN. That's not exactly the same as the Set Me one.
No, I've got an actual Set Me one.
Yeah.
Here's the funny thing: it was imported by Century.
Well, I
It's
mean,
got
they
Century
do that.
import marks on it, so I found
They
that
do that.
amusing.
I will say this about the revolver, though. The Japanese have a 9mm revolver. I don't know the specific dimensions, but nobody makes ammunition for it. It's a 9 by something. And if you can find the ammo, I mean, I can't say for sure, but I would guess the ammo's probably worth more than the revolver. If I ever got my hands on one of these revolvers, it would definitely be
A
a
9 by
safe.
22 millimeter.
Is that what it is? Okay.
Yeah,
That
you're
would
talking
definitely
about,
be a safe queen or a wall hanger or some sort of look what I've got, guys. But as soon as somebody said, let's go shoot it, I'd be like, I'm more likely to pay to shoot a Gyrojet or a Dardic before I could shoot this thing.
I would totally shoot a Gyrojet. Totally.
Well, yeah, but you can still find ammunition for that. You're not going to find it for that Japanese 9mm revolver.
And what if I can?
Then you've got really good Google foo.
Listen, I found Krag ammunition if I needed it.
Oh,
So
you can get that brand new.
Craig's easy.
Every partisan makes that crap. Don't even. That was weak.
I can't. Unfortunately, I'm hunting around. I can't find anything on the web to say here's how you tell if it was made in Spain. So I'm still.
I can also find 38 auto as well, and they don't use that too much. No one uses that too much anymore.
38 auto, not to be confused with 38 super.
No, 38 ACP.
Yeah, I got nothing. Never heard of it.
That's what the
I think I
19
saw some of that on G-Web's sorting ammunition thing the other day, didn't I?
38 Super is based off of that, because 38 ACP is what they originally used in the Colt model 1900, in the 1902, which was just a, an updated version of the 1900. They look exactly the same, by the way, just subtle differences because Browning used that model and modified it and modified it and modified it until he got to the 1911. So the original caliber of the 1911 wasn't 45 ACP; it was 38 ACP. But the cartridge wasn't. It didn't have enough knockdown power that the Army wanted. So, that's how we got 45. Anyway, Squib, are you going to the NRA show this year? Did you decide whether you're going or not?
I took your advice and decided I'd spend my money on a gun instead.
Okay. I'm probably not going.
Because you want to get a gun instead?
Probably, yes.
So I was thinking to myself, do I spend on reload supplies and a gun, or do I save up some money and go down there and blah, 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 blah? And I asked you and 2 other people, and everybody said, shit, I'd get a gun before I went and did that. Now, for me, being in Michigan, it's a drive to Atlanta. That's a 1-day drive. Now, next year, it's in Texas. Now, that's a little bit more. Well, I could make Texas in a day, but I think it's in Dallas. Dallas is a little bit more than a day. Amarillo's a day if I get up early, drive straight through, and don't stop for anything. But that's still a heck of a drive. That's a really long drive. But maybe I'll do Dallas next year. I don't know. Maybe I'll ask Ponnery if he wants to go, or meet Edge or Nathan or
Squib.
What?
Are you on your computer or your tablet?
I'm downstairs at my reload bench. My computer's upstairs next to the noisy TV and my wife.
Okay, so you can't see internal links.
I can put my thumb over to Mike and go up and look.
Check that out. That's the revolver you were talking about. This actually looks like a nice one.
That's the Japanese one. That's the Japanese one, right? Yeah. Okay. Because it looks, it's kind of Nambu-esque, even though it's a revolver.
Yeah, that's the Type 26. It uses a 9x22 rimmed cartridge. I can probably find ammunition for it too.
To quote Flavor Flav, "Don't believe the hype," and I don't think you're going to find ammo for that.
Is that big oval thing the hammer?
It's a cocking piece, like on an Enfield, if I remember correctly.
Oh my god!
Oh yeah, it's totally weird how it works. Just think of the Japanese industrial logic before they had Toyotas and whatnot.
Before they had Toyotas and Nissans, but not before they had Mitsubishis, because Mitsubishi made the Zero Fighter.
What's funny is we had a bunch of Japanese auto engineers at work today, and their mannerisms were that of some sort of Japanimation cartoon. I know that probably sounds bad, but just the way they were, I don't know, the way their hair was, the way they were talking, the way they stood, even the way they went, it was like a Japanimation cartoon. I'm like, damn, that's the wrong century for that, but okay.
I got to go buy that at 18 new tomorrow. I just checked it on Gunbroker. The one they're selling is already up over 430.
Well,
wow.
I mean, look, what you're doing is you're paying for a piece of history.
Oh,
whether you use it or not, you're paying for, and that's the appeal of Milsurps to me. It's a piece of history.
Well, it's got an odd mechanism, and I buy them for the mechanisms. So
when you take the stuff apart, or when you just look at it or try to function it or whatnot, you're there going, what? Who thought of this? And that's why I say you have to get in the mindset of the culture, and that's not always easy to do, because you'd be trying to apply modern logic to it, or the American way of thinking, to another country or another time period, and it's really hard to do, and it just makes you appreciate history that much more. I love it when people, especially air quotes, educated people, try to apply modern day technology and modern day knowledge and modern day, I guess, I don't know what the word I'm looking for here is.
you have a paradigm.
Just the way people are today to something that happened historically 50 years ago, or 100 years ago, or 200 years ago, or 300 years ago. And they're trying to judge those people based on having the internet and cell phones and things like that, and they're not realizing. Look, back then people didn't know stuff. People not everybody could read and write. Not everybody. I mean, and it's like, if you're so smart, you would be able to put yourself in the mindset of somebody in the year 1900, or the year 1800, or the year 1700. But you're not really as smart as you think you are, because you're not appreciating history from the standpoint of everything was manual labor. You couldn't just instantly send a message to another place and get a message back, and that's one of the things that's about, if you start studying the history of guns, especially military guns, and how they were used and why they were used and why they were made a certain way, and you suddenly start to branch out and study other parts about history, and you get to understand the world around you a little bit better. And for all these anti-gunners that say there's so many bad things about guns, it's like, are you kidding? You could literally have a piece of history that, if you researched it enough, you might understand why we went to war, or why people thought a certain thing, or why, labor laws, or whatever it is. Because guns are a manufactured item that there's government contracts for, and just all kinds of things. I mean, it's just there's so much more to it than just a piece of metal that's meant for killing.
I hear you. That's why I collect milsurp.
There's a book about Yugoslav Mauser rifles. It's meant for collectors. I mean, if you've got an M48, the book would be great to have. Now, I bought the book for like $20. I just looked it up on Amazon a couple days ago, and it's out of print, so now it's like $80 or something. Like, what? It ain't worth that. But
Yeah,
if you look into the book, it goes back into the 19th century and starts talking about the way the European military mindset was in the late 19th century, about going from black powder to smokeless powder, and about all the things that really led up to World War II. Not World War I, World War II. If you want to go and look at what started World War II, you have to go all the way back to the 1880s. I never knew this until I read this, and I started adding up the things that the author was saying. I'm going, oh, yeah, that does make sense now. But he was really trying to talk to the reader about why they made the rifles in these calibers, why they made the rifles that carried so many rounds, why they made the rifles as accurate as they did, why they made the rifles as durable as they did, why the arsenals redid them again and again and again, why they made so many and stored them in the event of war. And that's all the way from the 19th century all the way into the 1970s. And it's a really good book if you just wanted to understand military history. You didn't give a crap about guns. It'd be a great book to read just from the standpoint of military history. But also hand in hand, if you really want to understand this Yugo M48 you've got that was made in the 1950s, and you read this book, you go, oh crap, I didn't realize that all these things happened and all these different rifles were developed just to get to this one, great functioning Mauser. And that's one of the great things about guns that these anti-gunners don't understand, is it's a really good way to understand history and politics and the way people thought. I think it's great that you found this old French revolver.
Hey,
Yeah, I'll
Squib,
definitely have to give him a call.
by the way, if you want to make and reload that Type 26 ammo, I've looked, and basically what you can do is just size down a 38 special, size down 38 special cartridges, and you can just use those.
Do you want me to say "suck it, Night Strike," or I mean, damn it?
Just saying.
No, that's all right. I'd rather you be right and the ammunition be available than me be right and you
Well,
can't
since
get it.
you're a reloader
But
anyway.
I'd be slightly worried about shooting one if I had, not necessarily the ruining the value, but just the fact that metallurgically it might not be able to handle it.
Honestly, with the revolver, I wouldn't worry too much. Now, if we're talking like the Type 2, then yeah, you better be fucking worried, because towards the end of the war, they made some really shitty ones. And we don't,
Well,
you don't
that was
when you
their
buy
last
one,
ditch stuff.
when you buy one, you don't know whether they're the good ones from the earlier part of the war or the ones from the ass end of the war that may blow up in your hands.
True.
So,
True.
anyways, but you wanted me to find you ammo, and I found loading data for it, so close enough.
And I am not too proud to say I can be wrong. I can be very wrong. I'm totally fine. I'd rather you prove me right and me go, oh, now I can get this, than me be right and nobody ever has it.
Well, I'm not always right, and I admit sometimes when I'm wrong. Sometimes I don't admit it because, well, sometimes I'm embarrassed. But hey, guess what? I'm human. I'm allowed to be embarrassed. So,
I feel like you should be more embarrassed about being embarrassed, though.
yeah, you know what? Well, that's neither here nor there. Mister, I'm going to use excerpts from the Hit or Miss on the Daily Gun Show without asking Night Strike.
Without
We
the
had full
permission of?
We had full written authorization from the other half. From the Miss.
Wait, he didn't tell me. I'm gonna have to have a talk with that Smeggy guy.
Well, if G-Web's created,
Why do we keep
channels,
saying my
doesn't
name?
he
What's
have
going on?
exclusive content rights?
We're just trying to get you to appear, Smeggy.
Yes, that's all we're doing.
Smeggy. There he is.
There he is.
No, you have to say hit or miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock. Hit or miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock. Hit or miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock.
So what are you claiming to have sole proprietary ownership of Hit or Miss on Tuesday nights at 9 o'clock Eastern?
I have 50% of it. Yeah.
That's what this whole conversation is about. Whether or not that you have authorization to give G-Webs excerpts from the show without Night Strike's written consent.
Oh, is that what you guys were talking about? I mean,
Yes.
yeah, I own 50%
kind of.
of
Yeah, I'm
the
embellishing a bit.
property of Hit or Miss.
And you guys
That
didn't
Tuesday
even
night,
plug
9
Hit or
o'clock.
Miss after you used that excerpt. I was so angry about that.
What expert are we talking about?
Well, how far does this anger go? Is it like butthurt anger or just like jealousy anger?
No, it's messing around anger.
Oh.
I'm not actually angry at all.
It's really hard to tell, Night Strike, because you didn't correct yourself after 30 seconds of saying, no, I'm just kidding. So we just don't get it. We don't understand how this works. But no, what are we talking about? You're pissed about something from Hit or Miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock?
Yes. You didn't.
What about it?
He wants you to have it on Wednesdays.
Yeah, we need to have it on Wednesdays.
What? No.
And he's going to sponsor it with a Japanese ammunition company.
Are there any left?
I don't know. The Osaka Arsenal.
There we go.
I don't know. I mean, Night Strike can do whatever the hell he wants, but I will only ever be a part of Hit or Miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock. Unless we decide to change it for some reason.
Now, Smeggy, you need to get some reloading company to sponsor Hit or Miss now.
Oh, I wish I could get a sponsor.
Is there like a shitty ammunition company out there?
No, because Smeggy's into reloading now, so he
Wait,
needs to
wait,
get
wait,
like
wait.
Leaf Precision or
What about that Mexican company? What is it?
Aguila?
Yeah, maybe they can sponsor us.
Aquila.
Aren't they Brazilian? Or are they actually Mexican?
I
No,
don't
they're
know.
Mexican. I think they own an old Remington factory. I
Oh,
think
like-
it's an old UMC factory in Mexico.
I was
South
joking, by
America
the way.
somewhere.
I don't know. I mean, I think if you're serious about getting sponsors, you need to create a product that's worthwhile to be sponsored.
Oh, so you're
So
saying
somebody else already has the product out there. You just have to back it.
Yeah, we need.
No, I mean like that we had give them I mean, honestly, like I love Hit or Miss Tuesday. It's 9 o'clock, but are we really going to bring business to freaking some company that sponsors us? Like just because
Maybe.
people hear it on our thing? I mean, I guess it's exposure.
If you're saying you don't want to back a product unless you actually truly believe in it, I second that, because I don't know if I was ever in a position to sponsor something, it would have to be something that I use and I believe in. I don't want to just sell out, although that is kind of naive. When you get older, you get more pragmatic and just go, F it, I just want the money. So, but I mean, to be a truly honest person, you could say that, you know, not only do I sponsor this product, or to sponsor this product I'm paid for, but I actually use it and it really does work.
Oh, I'll totally sell out for cash, or you know.
See,
sponsorship.
there's Leaf Precision calling right now, going, all right, we'll sponsor Hit or Miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock. We heard Smeggy had the turret press, and we want to get in on that.
And yes, I'm kidding, by the way. If you guys didn't know that, you all already knew anyway. So
Yeah.
Nobody actually takes anything you say seriously, Night Strike.
it's sad but true.
Well, when you get rid of the why, they will, though.
Well, the thing is, here's the thing. Like,
No, the why is
I'm
my.
of the mindset. Let's say someone does take something like that seriously, and they get all butthurt about something, like either I say or what Nitric says or whatever. And it's like, I don't have time in my life to worry about that. Like, I don't care. Like, go ahead and think I'm serious. Like, whatever. I'm not
They
losing
go ahead and
sleep
post
over it.
the comments on our videos, and I figure, well, if they get angry or mad at us, they post comments on our videos trying to say we're wrong or whatnot. Okay, there you go. There's all the proof we need.
Yeah, but I've heard the comments you've read, which are none. And so if they do say you're wrong, you don't tell nobody.
Why would they?
Why would we?
I don't know. You're looking for something, anything. You'd be like, well, we got an email, but it was about all the things we were wrong on.
No, we never get emails. They're always comments on our videos.
I sent you an email, but it's like, I got nothing. Oh, yeah. You do get
And
emails, but
Smeggy-
it could be other people saying, I got nothing.
So you have someone leaving you negative comments on your YouTube channel. You should just block Yankee. Then he can't leave comments anymore.
No, I don't block Yankee. Yankees, no, because if I block Yankee, then I can't get him on Hit or Miss anymore to argue with Matt or Heavy B or whoever.
Has Yankee ever been on the show?
Yeah, once or twice.
Seriously.
Yeah,
You need to get Flippy on there.
no,
Yeah, no kidding.
no, absolutely not.
Now, come on. Flippy is
Listen, that was a production decision way back in the day. I stand by it. I extended the olive branch one time and said, you know what, dude? Because he came up with a topic idea. I said, if you want, like, you can be on Hit or Miss to talk about this. All I ask is that you kind of stay on topic and you be, you know, a little more mature about it. And he's like, well, I can't fucking do that. I'm going to talk about boobs the whole time. And I said, okay, your ban from Hit or Miss is ongoing.
Wait a minute. You're telling me that Hit or Miss had a topic of boobs and you turned it down?
No, I'm saying we had a topic of something.
Because
it was something
boobs
like
are good.
you know, zombies.
I don't
or
know if you
something.
knew that.
I forget what it was. And my point is that, you know, Flippy, he said he would take it off topic of the gun related thing and just talk about boobs instead. And I'm like, no.
And you're looking to increase viewers here. Okay, do I need to explain this to you?
Listen,
Hold on.
I unlike
was
Night Strike, am
before-
not a whore, and I don't want people to tune in just because we talk about boobs. Like
Yeah.
that's, I don't want those
Hey,
types of people.
hey,
I want
hey.
people
Say it again.
to actually
Hey,
have an intelligent
hey.
conversation.
Stop. I am not like that either. Don't you paint me in that light.
Hey, you said yourself you'll say whatever.
Okay, so what you're saying is both of you don't like boobs. Sorry for you.
I never said that at all.
Okay, because
hit or miss
you know-
is not about boobs. It's about guns.
but it could be about guns and boobs.
Not unless there's like
Especially
a
good
really
caliber
hot chick
boobs.
holding a gun.
Well, the real point here is that pandas are an endangered species, so any coverage they can get will help out the cause.
True. Yes. And you guys would be humanitarians.
Well, remember what Bob says. Flippy is not really
there's
a real panda. He's just a furry. He's one of those guys who dresses up in a panda suit.
Hey, I found a comment on hit or miss. I had to go back a few, but which one is this?
What
LXIV, and it's from Angry. Says this was by far the greatest opening by Smeggy to date. I wonder if this was my heavy metal one or something.
Oh,
Gotta
crap.
be.
Live and stuff. Yeah, we need the music. Oh, open those windpipes. I guess it's time for me to start now because we're already live. Yeah. Metal version. I don't know if my throat's good enough for that yet. I'll try it.
Yeah, everyone likes the metal version.
Yeah.
Anyways, I'm just going back trying to
That's as weak as a 22
Good.
short.
It's good.
go fuck yourself. I'm just trying to find comments because apparently they exist, but that's the only comment I found so far. Is there like an easy way to like look at all comments on channels or something? Or just have to keep clicking every single video?
Well, what if every time somebody went shopping on
There's some
Brownells, it
comments.
said Brownells as seen on Hit or Miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock? Then every time somebody went on Brownells and bought ammo, they would see your website or they would see
I
your
remember
show
this,
and they
jackass.
tune in.
Oh,
guys
so what you're
remember
saying?
this
I
one?
need to go and pay for advertising.
No, you need to get them to support you. I mean, if they support Smeggy's buddies over there at We Like Shooting, why can't they support Hit or Miss Tuesday nights 9 o'clock?
So do you
Because-
guys? I'm sick of this.
Because we don't
commercial
have like
talk,
10,000 subscribers for Hit or Miss Tuesday
Yeah.
nights,
So,
9
anyways,
o'clock.
do you guys remember this guy that stopped by and left this comment? Just stopping by to ask when I can expect a call to action video on taking the offense on gun rights. I'm refusing to watch any more gun channels content unless I see them working to get mobilized like we did in 2014.
And we
Making
went
it
over
known.
this.
Did you tell that guy to suck
Remember
it?
that, dude? Like, what the fuck, dude?
You remember we went over this, on Hit or Miss. We were going over some of the
I know
comments.
we did. I'm
And
just
we called him
rehashing
out.
it. You guys remember that?
Yeah.
I'm doing the whole like what was that dude? The Chris
Recaps.
Farley thing. Like, do you remember do you remember that movie when you did the thing? You guys like, yeah, like, oh yeah, that was awesome.
Hey, Smeggy, since you're so musically inclined, why don't you do like some sort of concert to raise awareness and money
For Hit or Miss.
Hit or Miss
Tuesday
Tuesday nights 9 o'clock?
You got a drum set. You can get some beats going.
Yeah.
I certainly am inclined to get involved
Acquiesce.
with other people that are musically inclined, because I think there's a real lack of like
You-
Second Amendment type songs, and I'm not even talking like there's a handful or whatever, but like a lot of
That's
them are
gonna be-
like they're
you-
very like in your face, like they're very obvious, right? They're not subtle. It's not just like good music that happens to have talk about guns in it. It's just like the Second Amendment jam or whatever, right? Like that's obviously it's right there in your face. But like there should be stuff that's just like regular music, but it says something about like going to the range or doing whatever, like some type of stuff, like just kind of
So-
mixed in there.
So if
Doesn't
you
that all
would
end up being country music?
yeah, no
So-
shit.
so
not
we need
like
a song
James
that-
got a gun.
We need a song that adds in Hit or Miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Okay, now we're getting ridiculous. But
I'm just trying to.
no, I mean, I'm
Wait a minute,
serious,
I
though. So
wouldn't
this
call that
is-
ridiculous. I would call that desperate.
Oh.
I think we're a little past desperate already. So.
Is it only
Look.
Thursday?
Give it time. The show will take off, and you will not know what to do with yourself. You'll have to hire a staff.
I
Oh,
wish.
well,
I
he'll
wish.
have to find himself.
Oh no, no boobs, no
That
staff.
happens.
You will have Flippy begging to be on your show. You'll have Yankee begging to be on your show.
Yeah, Flippy will work for Bamboo.
No. You see, the thing about Yankee is he does not beg to be on your show. He just expects you to give him an invite on your show because he thinks that you need him on there.
So
Just
he's
like with Matt's show.
So he's like the Hillary Clinton of the gun channels. Just
When
assuming.
he runs out of revolver money, when he stops telling people that he really gives his money to animal shelters, okay, then he'll beg you. I don't know.
Oh yeah, here's some more of them comments where this is back in.
He's worked hard for it now.
LII.
Come on.
I know. I
Yeah.
just like giving Yankee shit just because the factor is, he
You need some embarrassing videos where a Glock shoots you in the foot when you try to force feed it peanut butter.
right. I'm just so jealous of his productions.
Man, why don't you have a Gary?
Because I'm a self-respecting gun owner that doesn't like Glocks.
Did you name any of your guns?
You can give your PTR a name.
Yeah, no kidding.
Phil the PTR.
Well, no, PTR, Pete.
It's
Of
not.
course,
It's
I don't
not
name my pets. Never mind my guns.
yeah, it's not a PTR. It's a set name.
Wait, are your cats stray cats? Are they really feral cats from the neighborhood, or?
2 of them were, yeah. Till I broke them.
I mean, at that point, you just give them designations like 1 and 2.
Yep. Thing 1 and thing 2. Uh-oh. More shit in the background.
I don't know what you're talking about.
There was some tinkly, musically shit like a cell phone playing in the background.
No, it's a stupid ad before Hit or Miss episode XLIX.
Oh.
What's with the Roman numerals?
It's called Class.
Why not?
Oh,
Get over it.
oh, okay.
That's all Greek to be.
So when you watch
No,
Hit
it's
or
not
Miss,
Greek.
when you watch Hit or Miss, are you supposed to savor a fine wine with some cheese? Like I want to see you guys.
Good one.
I want to see you guys sipping wine, smoking cigars on Hit or Miss.
If we can get to 1,000 subscribers and actually start getting that super chat money, then we'll do that.
Jesus. You guys are so fucking corporate and shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, really. Just do it
It's all
because it's
about the
fun.
love of the subject, man. Quit bringing me down.
Yeah, go easy on Smeggy. He's only got like another 3-4 weeks. Then he's gonna melt.
Nah, magic snow. I don't melt.
Oh, I figured you just came back in the wintertime like that other one.
No, if you put a hat on him, he says "Happy Birthday."
Oh.
Yeah. Remember, Smeggy is a all year round type of snowman.
Yeah, sombrero. Sombrero Smeggy shows up in the summer.
Yeah, he shows up with the sombrero, the what is it, the Mexican blanket they wear around them, and he's got the handlebar mustache.
Oh, who was working on the bunny
Poncho?
the other day?
Not anymore. Not after Trump. He got deported.
That was G Rubs was working on the bunny the other day.
When are we gonna? Is that going to be part of Daily?
No, that's probably the AK Pro patch.
These 2 unscrupulous characters on gun channels came up with AK Pro last year, so that's the obligatory AK Pro patch.
AK Pro. Okay.
Yeah, it's like
not a-
October, only better.
Yeah, that's a very sad thing for me. So I don't watch any of those.
Or Sig Timber.
No, I don't get carried away.
Oh,
It's September.
No,
Oh.
it's September.
Deft Kimber?
Timber
September.
used to be.
Make rough.
Used to be.
Come on, Makarov was good.
So do you have FMUary?
Ooh,
Nice.
That's actually kind of good.
Yeah.
I'm
Makarov.
good at that kind of stuff.
I didn't even think of Fenuary.
I like the Makarov thing.
That's Macro, right?
Yeah.
We
Well,
went with AK Pro because AR Pro didn't sound as good.
No,
But
sounds
AK
dumb.
Pro had a nice ring to it. Smeggy, you were there.
Yeah, that's good. I like
And
that.
it's 6 months away from Glocktober. I mean, we
Right.
started doing this. We've done this a million times. Trust me. That's why I joke around with Makarov and all that. I've heard it 12 billion times. But it's like if you're gonna have one for every single month, then I think it kind of loses it a little bit. And some of them are way too forced. Like it just sounds
Like,
dumb.
I have a month, so I think if there was other
Oh,
months,
I like Febretta. That's a good
water
one.
down my month, so we should not
Yes,
have.
exactly. G Webs, exactly.
did you say Fed Beretta? Fed Beretta?
I was reading it on the live chat. Somebody said Febretta.
Yeah, I like that.
I like that. I think that's
Yeah.
cool.
But we can only have 2 right now. So
Oh, okay.
maybe if we get bigger at some point.
Arbitrarily make rules. Yeah, it'd be cool
You'll
if
have
we
to
could
be
have
like
3.
Caesar, and
No,
every time you
what
give you
is
like
the company-
a month after him.
Well,
What
no,
if the
Gino
company
said we
pays
could only
to
have
put
2.
their name
so,
on
you
it?
know.
What if
the
a company
fuck I
pays?
became the boss of everybody? And when I never said you can only have 2. Smeggy's the one who petitions for 2.
Listen, I never said. Okay, I'm only saying it because I think that's a pretty good mix, given it's 6 months apart from each other, and it's kind of a fun thing. And I was more just trying to nip the conversation in the bud because I'm kind of sick of talking about it 12 million times.
You
But you all
opened it
talk
up.
about it if you want. I'll go back to tuning out, I guess.
Yeah, sorry.
Oh, it's fine. I just
My bad.
and you probably didn't jump in on all the other ones. I know it's fun to do it. I agree. I'm just in a crotchety mood today.
There's your top 5 list. Top 5 gun month names.
Smeggy, why are you in a crotchety mood?
I'm not really sure. I just am all of a sudden.
Are
I think
you
it's looking at
flowing?
these comments
or-
on hit or miss.
Tuesday nights 9:00?
Yeah.
Is that every Tuesday or like every other week or that kind of thing?
Ooh,
No,
this
it's
just made me
Tuesday.
happy. So the guy, this is back from October 4th, 2016. Who's the guy who does the intro? Night Strike replied, Smeggy. And he replies back, LOL, I keep repeating the video so I can hear the intro. That guy is funny as hell.
Oh,
Oh.
yeah, and I'm sure the email address that sent that was smeggy42
No,
at
dude,
gmail.com.
it's screaming
No,
Eagle
it's legit.
1200.
Hey, Smeggy,
So
go read that comment on your YouTube channel of the hit or miss video you did when I was sick or I didn't have my internet.
you mean because they were putting in the fiber optic?
No, because of hurricane, I think.
Oh, you're gonna let a hurricane stop hit or miss Tuesday nights 9:00?
When I have no power or internet, or I have minimal power
But
and
you're
no
freaking
internet.
hit or miss, dude.
Where the heck
I
would
got rid of
find it?
Comcast.
And you
so I
wonder,
won't have-
and you wonder why Yankee Marshall's got so many followers. He never let a hurricane stop him.
That's when you take a road trip.
Squib.
What?
Stow it,
Okay.
because it's a good comment. Smeggy needs to read
Yeah.
it because Smeggy remembers the one I'm talking about.
Somebody's
It
gotta
says
be
no
on
comments
five.
found.
No,
Did I do
the
hit or
one
miss
where
a
they
couple times?
the one where they were commenting on our show over Matt's show. Remember that comment?
Did I do hit or miss
What?
twice? Because I only saw the one.
What?
I'll keep
Here.
scrolling back. Maybe
Well,
I
let
did the
me go
second time.
check.
Talking about the comments where everyone was bitching about Matt's like top 10 comics, and they're like, "We want to hear guns," so we turned into hit or miss 9:00.
Yeah,
Eastern
that's
Standard
true.
Time.
It's the top
Oh, I
5
did do
list
it
of top
again.
5 lists.
XLV. The hit edition.
Yeah, the hit edition. That's what it was.
45.
Hit or miss should have more views, better show than Libtard Yankee, and more gun oriented than Never Enough.
Oh.
Once again, submitted by Smeggy42 at gmail.com.
No, that was Chupa Miss
How much did you
Bolas.
pay him for that?
Chupa Miss Bolas 85.
You took an email from somebody named after something you buy at Taco Bell.
I'm
No,
just
that's-
glad to see that all your users are as kind and as inclusive as a group as I've ever been in.
Well, Bill, welcome to the magic.
I don't know. I read some negative ones just a few minutes ago. Like that's
We get negative ones, we get positive ones, and then
You're
Smeggy
always
gets
gonna
that.
get it.
I guess I had to go through like 10 videos to get one comment. So it's like every couple of months we get a comment, and half of them are positive and half of them are negative.
There was this one asshole that I had to ban because he would just troll us saying it's time for the Miss or Miss show on every video. And then,
Why would
giving
you
us
ban them? Who gives a fuck?
why would I ban him? Because his avatar was a woman putting a dildo in her mouth.
Oh well, that's pretty
Ooh.
dumb.
Banned Yankee?
No,
No, I think it was one of his midget hookers.
no. No, Yankee is the guy that takes his shirt off and then puts a pink and black bra on.
That was funny. And I hate to say it, but he is better looking than Bob.
Well, Bob's like 100 years old, so
Just
give
on the
Bob some
outside.
credit.
Just on the outside. Well, you know that it's because Bob has started going down to Arizona every year to soak up all that sun. So Bob shrivels up like a prune because
Yeah, he's working on that lizard skin.
he's not used to being outside that much because he's from Canada where you have to be inside all the time. Otherwise, you freeze like a popsicle.
Yeah, it's like the
That's because they ran out of immortals to fight in Canada.
it's like he goes through the thaw and freeze cycle like a bag of meat or something.
Ooh.
Actually, new studies have shown that Bob is actually dated back to the Paleozoic era. So,
Would they cut off one of his legs and count the rings, or what?
They can date the stuff that falls off of them.
yeah, they carbon date his ass.
Where's having breakfast with the missing link?
No, it's they found a old Browning high power. They carbon dated 12,000 years BC. Like, oh, that must be Bob's.
Before center fire?
Bob actually
Are you
suggested the
are you
idea
saying
of the
that
high power to
he's
Browning.
Bob's first girlfriend.
You're assuming that there's only one reason Bob could have been alive back then. He might be the master of time travel.
Oh,
I thought
God.
it was more like predate the missing link kind of thing.
Bob being the master of time travel? No, that's stretching it. That's giving too much credit to Bob.
Bob's like the D-roll of.
He gets his trailer up to
Brown.
88 miles an hour and just.
I was thinking more of a Time Lord. Maybe Bob has the TARDIS shaped like a camper.
I was thinking
That's
more along
artist.
the lines of, you got a Canadian with a gun and he likes bacon and maple syrup. You mix all that together, instant time travel.
Yeah, maybe once he, empties the septic on his camper.
Think of the size of the flux capacitor you'd need to do a whole camper, though. Jesus Christ.
Well, it's not that hard. Remember in the third movie they did a train.
True.
Ran
In the
on
second
steam
movie,
power.
they just used garbage.
Yeah, they
It was
just used garbage.
steam-powered.
And beer. Remember, he used the beer can.
Next hit or miss, I'm just going to leave a comment on your YouTube channel. Just be like, great show, but I could use some more Panda.
Well, Matt, next hit or miss, we may just give you another link.
Oh, you're so kind.
But I don't know. I think this week we had a good show because we covered a lot of topics.
Oh, it's very
And-
interesting.
We tried to, and well, we did get a little off topic every once in a while, but we pretty much kept to the topics we were talking about this week. So I was impressed.
No, that was good stuff.
Yeah. I've forgotten to mention. I don't know if I mentioned it on hit or
See you,
miss,
Squib.
but our
Later, Squib.
Good night, guys. Good night, guys.
Good night, sir.
our new concealed carry law. It states that anyone, doesn't matter if you live in North Carolina or not, if you're 18 and can own a handgun, you can carry concealed. So if Night Strike, you ever had to go through North Carolina for any reason, you could conceal carry, even though you don't live here.
Right. Well,
Wow, that's pretty cool.
Well, I got an update on the South Carolina constitutional. Well, really, it's an open carry bill, but they're calling it constitutional carry bill. But the thing is, there is an update, and they got it through the House, so it's now going. I think they're either going to go and vote on it officially because they got it out of that committee in the House, so they're going to go through, I guess, either a House vote or they're going to send it directly to the Senate and see if the Senate will sign off on it. But with the Senate, the way our Senate is, before in the past when we had a constitutional carry bill, the Senate did not like that the bill was 30-something pages. They didn't like that. And then, they went on and on in the committee that they referred it to. They, were going on about how, hey, because in the state of South Carolina, they've got their committee meetings and a lot of their voting and legislation. They've got a live feed, video feed, where you can watch it on their website. on the South Carolina Senate website. So I went and watched it, and I got really pissed off at the committee because they were talking about things that wasn't even in the bill, just to obfuscate having to, go along or even accept the bill. They pretty much killed it right then and there, saying, "Oh, we don't want criminals running around with guns or anything, so we probably should vote no on this." So they all voted no on it.
Yeah, ours is in committee right now.
But on the upside, the chairman of the committee this time isn't so much a rhino as the other guy. The other guy that was on the committee, the chairman of the committee last year, he was on it for like 10 years. And he was a Democrat before that 10 years for like 20 years. And then he turned over saying he's a Republican then and, voted as a Democrat. So they kicked his ass out this last election. So a guy who's more so his NRA rating is a little better is now a chairman, and hopefully now that the Republicans have the majority in the Senate and the House, we may be able to get some sort of constitutional carry or open carry bill through this year. But again, as with all things with that Senate, I'm not holding my breath because they always find a way to let me down.
So yeah, I think ours has got a
testing 1 2.
You're good, Heavy.
I think ours has
You're
got a pretty good chance to get through. I don't think our governor will sign it, but I think we have enough votes to do like a line veto or whatever it's called.
Well, I think my current governor now, not Nikki Haley, she took that position. The guy that replaced her, I think he'll sign it. His NRA rating is an A-, so he should sign it if it does get through all the rigmarole of the Senate. But I miss Nikki Haley because her NRA rating was an A+ instead of an A-. She said multiple times if they brought a constitutional carry bill or an open carry bill to her desk, she would sign it.
She's pretty easy on the eyes too.
In previous years, maybe.
For an older lady.
Anyways, though.
Yeah, we got Cooper in there now because our fucking governor signed HB 2, and that kind of did him in.
I mean, I'll be honest, Matt. North Carolina would be great if you didn't have that pistol purchase thing. You'd be the perfect state. I'd move to North Carolina if you didn't have that.
Well, we've got two bills in committee, and he left. Anyways, we got 2 bills in committee. One gets rid of the pistol permit provision, and then one keeps it in there. So
my Google Hangouts just crashed on me.
I saw.
Yeah.
I was just saying we've got two of the same bill, except one gets rid of the pistol permit provision, and the other one keeps it in there.
Because, I've been talking with other people that have moved down here from like Virginia and other places here just in the South, or even from the North, and they're all scratching their heads at, in South Carolina, our gun laws pretty much are okay, but we're not allowed to open carry. And everyone says, you'd think being that this was the first state to secede, that we'd allow people to open carry and have constitutional carry. But no, we're a lot like New York, New Jersey, and California with no open carry.
Is there a historical significance on why that is? Do you know?
Probably Jim Crow laws.
Okay, because that's the whole reasoning behind our permit system is Jim Crow laws. And
remember when the civil rights movement happened in Columbia, South Carolina, where the capital is, they put up the Confederate battle flag on the state capitol grounds. And then a while ago when they had all that BLM movements, that some lady went and climbed up there and took the flag down.
Yeah, I remember seeing that on the news.
And they arrested her, and then they put the flag up the very next day. And then people complained and whined and bitched about, like, fucking pussies, and they took the flag down. And no offense, but I'm kind of pissed at that. Not so much the factor that it represents yada yada. It doesn't represent yada yada. It represents a part of our history as being American, good or bad. It's a part of history, and if you ignore it or if you try and shelter everyone from history, there's the old saying that those that do not learn from history are doomed to repeat it. And I think they're going in that direction, and that's not a fun direction.
Yeah, imagine what they'll be talking about gun rights 50 years from now.
Oh God,
if we still have them.
If we still have them, yeah.
Like Crowder, I don't know if you listen to Steven Crowder's podcast, but he was talking about the Gorsuch nomination, and he was saying essentially like, when the left just like, oh, we're not coming to take your guns, and he was just like, well, actually 4 Supreme Court justices agreed that you don't have the right to a firearm because you're not in the militia. So when the right says they're coming for your guns, they kind of actually mean it. It's only a Supreme Court decision away from happening.
Yeah. Well,
not anymore. If Gorsuch gets in there, I think they're going to be safe for at least 30 years.
I'll be honest with Gorsuch. We talked about this in Matt's chat last night, and how he pretty much took the middle ground with the whole gun rights, because Feinstein was trying to bait his ass the other day.
Well, I kind of liked what he did with Feinstein.
Later, Bill.
Feinstein was essentially trying to say, but how does this law make you feel? And he was like, it's
not about
law.
my feelings.
It's not about my personal feelings. It's I'm going to follow the law, and the law says Heller is the law of the land.
And Matt didn't like that because he thought it was not that he didn't like it. He didn't see it as any significant, any part of anything significant, because Matt believes that he just said that because he was trying to take the
high road,
or the neutral stance, so that he'd get confirmed, and that may be true, or it may be that's what he truly believes in, ruling on the letter of the law, as opposed to just ruling on feelings and beliefs. Because when you're appointed as Supreme Court justice, you're not supposed to make your rulings based on your feelings, your personal feelings or your personal beliefs. You're supposed to be neutral, and you're not supposed to pander to a left or right side or any side whatsoever. You're supposed to be making a ruling according to the law.
That's how it should be, but in the past,
I know that's not how it is, but that's how it should be, and that's how it was intended by our forefathers.
Well, he should have known from the get-go. Schumer came out today and said they're going to filibuster. Like, he should have known that going in. And now the Republicans, they're going to have to use the nuclear option to get them in there, which is a good thing, or it could be a bad thing. Like,
what is the nuclear option? People use this. I've heard it in passing. What does that mean?
So I think in 2010, Obama was trying to get a bunch of justices in. And before that, the rule stated you had to have a majority, 60 plus votes. Well, Harry Reid changed the Senate rule, saying now you only need a simple majority, which is, I think, 52, to get lower seated justices in there. But still, for the Supreme Court and cabinet picks, you still needed 60. Well, Mitch McConnell is essentially saying, we'll change the Senate rules, so now a simple majority will get a Supreme Court justice in there, which is great now, but if they lose the Senate, that could backfire in 4 or 8 years from now, because there's about 3 or 4 justices that are getting up there in age, and they're going to start retiring or dying off soon.
Well, once they get Gorsuch in, they're going to try and get one of the other more conservative leaning, I forget which one, justices to retire. And
Thomas is pretty old. I think he said he would retire if a Republican got in.
I'm hoping that maybe one of these days we can get a libertarian Republican in there. And I know, guys, I know the libertarian Republicans are different than the conservative Republicans, but they're still registered as Republicans as opposed to being part of the Libertarian Party.
I'll just be happy to get rid of Ginsburg.
Yeah.
Oh God, yeah.
Yeah. You and everybody else.
I don't care about replacing conservatives with conservatives. I care about replacing progressive liberals with reasonable people.
Well, no, the thing
Right.
is, though, you want to, if we can get older Republicans or conservative leaning or more constitutional leaning justices to retire and put younger ones in now, then we don't have to worry about it down the road for a while.
Well, that's what needs to happen while Trump's in office. Like if Ginsburg can just get out and Thomas can get out, you can get 3, constitutionally minded justices in there. We won't have to worry about anything for a long time.
And there you have it. And that's kind of like what they're aiming to do. So once Gorsuch is in, they're actually trying to get the supermajority vote to get Gorsuch in. So when the fight actually does occur, like they do actually get one of the older conservative SCOTUSes to retire, or say fucking Ginsburg retires, then they can put other people in there, and then if they can use the nuclear option as a last ditch type thing.
Yeah.
See, I had heard something similar, that they would let whoever Trump picked first, they would just get him in. They'd talk a lot of talk, but they would eventually, he would get the 60 votes. But then the next justices, because then it's that, and then, if a conservative gets in there, then the court split 3-6 or whatever. So then they're like, yeah, then we're actually going to fight, and then we actually might have to use a nuclear option.
And yeah, so that's what I've heard anyway.
I know, I'm just weary about having to use that option, because that's kind of what fucked the Democrats this time, is they could not say no to any of Trump's picks because they only needed 52 votes, I believe.
Yeah. But you
I think
also
the
realize
majority is only 51.
Is it 51? I thought it was 52. I could be wrong though.
you got to realize this, that you're right. If it turns around and they get it next time, they're gonna go after not just our rights, but they're gonna go after everything. And the problem is, I've said this before, and it's becoming more prevalent the way the liberals and even just the anti-gunners are going, that eventually we're going to be, eventually we're going to be pushed to a point as gun owners or just as Americans in general, where we're going to actually have to stand up and actually take the fight to Washington and say, give us our rights back, stop infringing on our rights. Otherwise, you're not going to be there anymore. And that day is coming soon. Not so much, probably not so much for the next 3 or 4 years, but it may happen if a liberal gets elected instead of Trump again after Trump's after his 4 years are up. It may happen, if he gets reelected or a different Republican gets elected this next term.
Well, I was thinking about the other day. It's like, I'm only 33. I can't ever remember the country being this divided ever.
I can. Well, not remember as far as me actually living and being there.
That's what I meant.
But I can remember a part in time in our history as reading the history books of us being as divided as we are.
It's like, I can't ever remember a time where if you go to a certain spot wearing a MAGA hat, you actually might get attacked because of it. Tea Party members weren't out attacking Obama supporters for the last 8 years. Whereas now it's like, oh, you support some of Trump's policies. Oh, you're a Nazi, therefore I'm going to like attack you because all Nazis deserve to be attacked. 'Cause that's what they hear on the media, and that's what they're doing with their actions, and it's just kind of scary. Like I was talking to one of my friends, he was like, "Yeah, I went and got my concealed carry permit because I saw that video of those people in Chicago pulling that old guy out of his car and just attacking him because he had a Trump sticker on his car." He was
That's
like,
where you lock the doors. You don't leave the doors unlocked.
well, I think he got a fender bender, and he got out of his car to get the information.
Never get out of your car.
And these people were
Always
like, "Oh,
wait
you're a
until
Trump
a
supporter?"
cop is there. That's when you do it.
Yeah, it's just
Because at that point, the cop would fire. The cop would be justified in doing so, even though you're not supposed to do this. But if people were trying to get after someone, if a cop was there, he would fire in the air, and they would run like fucking rabbits because they don't want to get shot.
So I like to think that, but then I've seen videos of like a protest in California where there's like a Trump supporter literally getting attacked right in front of the police, and the police don't do anything until they've got the guy on the ground and they're kicking and hitting him and beating him with like wooden, poster poles.
Okay, well, we've got the perfect guy to ask about that here in the chat. Heavy B, what the fuck? Question mark.
NSA got him.
I think your mic is muted, Heavy B.
I don't know. All I know is California's gone fucking crazy, crazier than they have been in the past. And him and Knives and whoever just needs to get the hell out of there.
Yeah, California is also threatening, oh, we're going to secede from the union. Go ahead. We won't give you any more aid.
Well, definitely get out of there before the big earthquake hits if you're on that fucking coastline, because you might not be getting out after that one. And it's coming.
Even though I have family there, I pray. I pray, not every night, but pray that someday we won't have to deal with the snowflakes in California. I pray.
It's gonna. Now, if
that's how tired I am of California.
If the fault line could separate like Los Angeles and San Francisco from the rest of California, that actually might work. Because the rest of California is, I think pretty like moderate to somewhat conservative, once you get outside the West Coast cities. But it would be funny if California did actually succeed, and then like a month later, the big earthquake hit. And they're like, oh no, we're out of money. We got to rejoin the union.
Yeah, but the moment they do that, all of their libtard government gets arrested and tried for treason against the United States and gets put in prison for. I mean, how long do they leave Jefferson Davis in prison?
I don't know. 5?
'Cause
I'm not sure if it was that long. A couple years, maybe.
It was a couple years, but they imprisoned him, and they would do the same thing to all.
He should have been shot.
They did the same thing to a lot of the forerunners of the Confederacy. So logic would dictate that all of them, or at least the ringleaders, would be jailed for treason against the United States, and for however long they did it to Jefferson Davis.
It's scary to think about. Like, I hope it would never come to that, but
scary is to think about and have to prepare for the eventuality of liberal assholes taking away all of our rights, and we have to go and fight to get it back. And I don't mean going out and just protesting. I mean actually having to start another civil war just for our rights.
Well, I hope it never comes to that.
Yeah, well,
it might.
Just because you hope something doesn't mean it won't eventually happen anyways. If anything, I would say prepare for the worst, hope for the best.
Well, I saw something today.
You can hope all you want, but I'm telling you right now, prepare for that day, because it may not be in just like it may be in like 5 years, or it may be in 8 years that you're going to have that happen. You're gonna have to be prepared for that moment.
I saw something today that Canada, I think I don't know if it's been signed into law or whatever, but they just passed an anti-free speech bill saying that if you criticize Islam, you can be like fined or jailed.
Fuck Islam.
Which is just crazy. Like, if that ever happened here, that might be a time to take up arms. But anyways, so we had a guy that came out to repair a cable, which is why I couldn't listen to Matt's chat last night. And he was in our garage and had one of those tag mat, like the Glock schematics. He was like, "You like Glocks?" I was like, "Yeah." He just started like giving me high fives. He's like, "Yeah, man, I got a 17 Gen 4," and I was like, "Oh, I got a 19 Gen 4."
Jefferson Davis was in prison for 12 years. So hopefully, if California does secede, we can, imprison the ringleaders for 12 years.
Ain't gonna happen, man.
I know. They're smarter than to secede. And anyways, you're talking about a Glock mat. So he was giving you Glock high fives?
Yeah, he was like, "Yeah, I got a 17," and I guess he was.
Okay, now he has the Night Strike seal of approval because it's a 17 and not like one of those other ones.
I was like, "Yeah, I got a Gen 2 17." He's like, "Oh, a Gen 2?" I was like, "Yeah, I don't like the finger grooves." He's like, "Well, I like being able to hold on to my pistol, just kind of like being a smart ass." I was like, "Yeah." It's like, I hear you, but can't stand them things. Wish they'd come out with a Gen 5 model.
Maybe they will one day, when you least expect it.
Well, the rumor mill I have heard is that they weren't even going to consider it until they filled the FBI order and the police department order, and then they might consider releasing them to the public.
I think they pretty much filled that order at least much as they can because everybody's not using Glocks anymore.
Yeah, it's their heyday is definitely dimming for sure. I like them. They're simple. I can completely field strip it and not have to worry about fucking anything up on it, which is good for me.
Right.
So, I guess everyone's watching Yankees chat.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
I'm sure we're getting some hate on Yankees chat.
Nah, Yankee don't hate. What you talking about?
Oh,
You
right now
serious?
he's talking about carrying a Chiappa rather than an LCRS 357.
What?
It's like Chiappa money flowing in.
Talk about reality perceptions.
Oh, you're saying that the Chiappa shoots better. It has less recoil, so
Yeah,
Right.
that might be. I don't even think I've ever seen a Chiappa.
I've never
person
seen one in
before.
the wild. I've only seen one on TV.
Yeah, same here. I've never seen one at a gun shop.
well, damn, he's got a whole collection of them. So
Yeah, he bought them all up. They probably release 10 a year.
He's
And
got-
Yankees got
He's
7
probably
of them.
got 12 of them in his safe. And if
I mean-
people ask which safe, I'm not sure.
It's an interesting firearm. I'll give them that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's always good to think outside the box when it comes to innovation and new gun designs.
Hey, hey, Heavy, how about that bridge?
Oh yeah, I heard
The
about
what?
that.
How about that bridge in California splitting a town in half?
Oh, a bridge gave out?
Yeah, what is it? What is it? Big Sur? SUR?
Yeah, that's just normal because I mean, like shit. We just had a bridge that was going over into that went from California to Arizona give out a few years back. So yeah, I mean, it's just par for the course. All the money went to other things other than keeping shit up.
Yeah, like trying to put more, restrictive gun control laws into effect and enforce them instead of, I don't know, use the money to actually keep the roads working, keep the bridges up.
Actually, I think it's more like they just give the money to everybody, for all the welfare recipients and shit like that.
Yeah, I would imagine that's where a lot of their money's tied up in.
I hope those welfare recipients go and get guns.
They need to be out fixing them roads.
Gotta spike California some way, right?
No, they're California. They've already spited themselves.
Yeah, it's true.
Yeah,
We gotta airlift Heavy B out of California one of these days.
One of the girls I work
You
with.
could always just send me gas money and give me a place to stay, and I'm cool. I mean, it'd be a lot cheaper than flying me out.
No. We have to airlift you out because, at least if the chopper breaks, we can have you fix it.
Yeah, I would rather just drive a car out than I have to worry about the bullshit.
See, you need to get Bob and G-Webs to come rescue you with his camper, kind of like a Ghetto Stripes, and just pull you out that way.
I wouldn't want to step one foot in that camper.
Yeah, just send gas money.
But Heavy B, that's also provided your Malibu can make it out of California.
I don't see why I wouldn't.
Is it running now?
Runs fine.
How about that cable?
I put the new one in.
All right, so it might actually succeed.
No, it will. A very simple fix. Replacing.
Did you buy that off a family member or a friend?
Yeah, I got it off a family member. Yeah, it's $60. What are you bitching about?
I'm not bitching about anything. I'm just, because of that $60 mark. That's ridiculous.
Yeah,
did somebody lose did one of your family members lose a bet or something?
No, just my mom had kidney cancer and they had to remove it, and she was unable to get in and out of the car because the door was too small for her to maneuver. So they were just going to sell it, and I was like, I'll buy it, and they said okay. I went to give them the money, and they said, just take the car. I was like, cool. And the $60 comes into the $15 transfer fee from going from family member to family member, and then $45 for lunch. So.
Wow. That's pretty funny. So, anything else interesting going on, Matt?
Thought of a kind of a cool DIY refrigerator magnet idea. My work was throwing out some pretty strong magnets, and I thought about gluing or welding it onto a M1 Garand in-block clip and putting some rounds in there and making it kind of a cool refrigerator magnet out of it.
I would say just use hot glue. That way, in case you ever need to use it, you can just, tear the magnet off of it and throw it in. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, when I'm like old man in the Gran Torino, I need to scare off the Koreans.
Right, when you need to scare off those scary Korean kids.
Get off my
Excuse me.
lawn.
Those scary North Korean kids. There we go.
They weren't Korean kids. They were Cambodian, I believe. And he was in Korea. That's probably where the confusion is. In the movie, he was a Korean war vet.
Yeah. We stack you fuckers pie for sandbags. That's a good movie, though.
Awesome movie.
Yeah, it was a good movie. Nice car, too.
Oh, yeah. I wish Smeggy was still around. He could tell if that's really how Detroit is.
It probably is.
Yeah, I have a friend two friends, and they are both big, huge Lions fans, and I'm always giving them shit about how terrible Detroit is, like both the city and the team.
Oh, go fuck yourself. I put my headphones back on just to hear that.
Yep.
Fuck you.
How do you think I feel? I like the Cubs, and they've been losing for almost every year.
They
They've
just
lost.
won, dude. You know the difference between the Cubs and the Lions? The Lions have never won a Super Bowl.
Okay.
Ever.
Let me finish.
I've been living the pain, dude.
They
I
did
know you
win a
have.
bunch of championships before the Super Bowl, though.
But
Yeah,
here's the
they
thing.
never won a Super Bowl.
I had to wait 33 years for the Cubs to win a World Series.
What part of ever don't you understand? We just had, Super Bowl 50 or some shit? Like, it's been forever.
Yeah, we've never won one either, so I hear you.
You know, I don't go
in
for
my lifetime. They've gotten into the playoffs like 5 times, and they've never won the first round.
I used to go for the Cardinals, but they've never won a Super Bowl ever.
They've been to one, though.
Well, yeah, they're a baseball team. Why would they win a Super Bowl?
No,
They're also a football team.
Phoenix.
You mean the Arizona Cardinals?
Did they change the Arizona Cardinals now instead of the Phoenix Cardinals?
Yeah, I think they've always been the Arizona Cardinals because they were the St. Louis Cardinals and then the Arizona Cardinals.
St. Louis is the baseball team.
I'm going to use Yankees Super Chat to make them say hit or miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
I don't do it yet. Don't do it yet. I need to hear it. Okay, I'm watching it now. Are you really going to do this super chat?
So what's the difference between a chat and super chat?
Super chat, you donate money.
Oh, so it's like a priority thing.
I just sent it.
All right.
I just sent it, so it should be. I don't know if he'll actually do it, obviously, but
No. But I don't see it.
oh, maybe I have to hit confirm or something. Hang on a second.
Yeah.
My computer's being kind of laggy. Oh, yep. Okay, where's the... Yeah, that's what I want to use. There we go. Man, it takes a little bit of time.
Yeah.
Oh my god, they're talking about abortion and shit. Do I really want to promote hit or miss in the middle of this crap?
Yes, you do. You do. Look at how many people are watching.
Ah, son of a bitch. I gotta go type in the number off my credit card.
Yeah,
dumb.
unfortunately.
It's like a lot of work.
Well,
Why
I mean,
can't it just use your
thing
Google
was
Wallet?
saved in there, but it's making me type in like the code on the back or whatever.
The CVC.
Yeah. Oh, and my wallet's not upstairs, motherfucker. Where the fuck did I put my pants?
Why are they talking about abortion?
Because
I
you
don't
think he's a
know.
liberal, remember?
I think he's a classical liberal. There's a difference.
Well, yeah, I know. And he said that before, but still.
Like, I think classical liberals, they still believe in individual rights. They just believe in more government.
I don't believe in more government. We don't need more government. We need less.
I would
Oh,
say
I
he's more
agree.
libertarian.
That's this one.
Yeah, classical liberal and libertarians kind of close, but
Yeah.
not the same. Like, I'm more of a libertarian with classical liberal views on certain things.
All right, I sent it.
I don't think he'll say it.
People are saying hi to me. Dude, I wish my chat wasn't being all weird.
Yeah, you got to pay $5 or more for it to show up in the corner.
Okay, well, it showed up fucking highlighted, so we better say it.
I don't think he will.
And hopefully G-Wubs is in there. He'll say something, right?
He's not in there.
Oh, he's not in there?
Nope.
Yeah, he is. He's
all-
making the dog patch or whatever.
No, he was making a Night Strike package for a little while ago.
I don't. Yeah, that's the Mavis thing. That's the Yankee Marshall watermark right now.
Oh, I thought maybe that was G-Wubs working on the Yankee Marshall watermark thing or something. Yeah, I don't know.
No, he's
There's-
working on the Night
there's-
Strike patch.
There's 3 things. Yeah, there's 3 things in there.
I don't see him over here on gun channels.
G-Web's not on gun channels? What?
Oh, well. So I wasted $2. Who cares?
Maybe he'll put it in a disclaimer.
Yeah.
I will admit, from the times I have caught hit or miss, it's definitely more interesting sometimes than Matt's chats, because I'm not huge into like comic books and that shit. But I do like when he talks politics on Wednesday, so I do try to catch those chats.
Oh, I got people saying, oh, yeah, there's all sorts of people yelling Smeggy's name. Fuck yeah, I'm awesome.
Yeah, you know, that's why
One
you're
dude's
on
like,
hit or
hello,
miss.
Smeggy. Then,
Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Yeah, AC is saying, oh, it only shows up in the corner if you pay $5. Rob says, go Smeggy. Mel Smith says, Smeggy. I guess people just like saying my name. And there's G-Webs talking. I knew he was in there. Howdy, all my fans.
Just don't let the fame go to your head.
Just use condom. It's not that complicated, people.
thought of a joke the other day, and I can't decide if it's just really cheesy or just not funny at all. But it's
Okay, how is it compared to a Nathan joke?
it's not totally PC, but it's not terrible.
Okay, you'll probably be all right.
What does a gay rooster say in the morning? Any cock will do. Yeah, I figured it wasn't that good.
Matt at least, looks at his super chats. Yankee doesn't. Yankee's too high profile.
Styling and profiling.
Right.
He actually commented on his video about trying to find a caption for his Bulldog shirt. And mine was, I'm looking for the man who shot my paw. Like a dog paw, but not the real paw.
Lady asks her old man, "Why do you carry a gun around the house all the time?" He says, "Because the CIA is everywhere." She laughs, he laughs, the toaster laughs, he shoots the toaster.
I've heard something like that. The one I heard was saying Gecko, but the punchline was I laugh, she laughs, the Alexa laughs, so I shoot the Echo.
And so I like with the toaster being the punchline of saying, Transformers, why do you carry a gun? Transformers. The CIA one I've heard said the microwave laughs, because that's the whole thing that's like new in the news, right? Didn't someone say like the microwaves are listening or something?
Kellyanne Conway said the microwave can turn into can watch you essentially.
Yeah, so I thought that one was kind of funny also.
Somebody in Yankees chat is asking AR or AK, and I say, get an AR than an AK. Don't. And then someone's like, which is better? I said, don't ever ask which is better, because not even the Cold War could answer that question.
Valid point.
Well, if you take
Hey,
into
there's a
account,
hello, Night Strike. Someone's talking to you.
Yeah.
well, if you take into account that the AR was a product of capitalism, then clearly the AR won.
Hey guys.
I would say buy an AR first because they're so damn cheap right now.
Yeah, dude, ARs are freaking. Oh my god, dude, what
ARs are cheap right now.
Yeah, someone's talking about completed lower for 120, completed upper for 200 or something. I mean, it's ridiculously good deal.
Right now the prices are so low on ARs, and if you get an AMD AK, you really have no excuse not to get both. If you need to budget, that's fine. Budget where you need to, but they're cheap enough. You can go and get both right now, entry level ones, easy. Right?
Yeah, you could probably get both for under $1,000 or close to it.
Yeah, if you build your own AR, you could definitely get one under 1,000. You can get both rifles for under 1,000 if you build the AR yourself. So
That's what I'm saying. Yeah, you can build the AR yourself for 3 something nowadays, and that's even like I said, that's completed upper and lower. You could probably get a little cheaper if you get one of them lowers for $40 or whatever. A parts kit's about 50. There you go, good to go, man. $90, you got a complete lower. Well, I guess you'd still need the butt stock on those, but still. You pop in a complete upper, you're done.
No, I just tell them to go and listen to Hit or Miss Tuesday nights, 9 o'clock.
Are we all just listening to Yankee now? Because
Yeah. There we go. I went and
yeah, I saw that. That was good.
because we actually talk about guns and actual topics, or we do it in relation to guns at some point
Mm-hmm.
instead of talking about what midget hookers and blow.
I hate when people say assless chaps because chaps don't have an ass. That's just how they are.
Original chaps doesn't have that, but
Right. They're just a pant.
well, you know why people are saying that? Because they're showing their own ignorance. So
Yeah. We talked about that the other day because I said something about like, why is it called a pair of pants? Like, that's weird. And apparently, basically, back in the day, a pant was like one leg's worth. And they like used to kind of like chaps. And then they would like, tie them together at the top or whatever. And then so when someone started making them where they were like completely attached, that's when it was like a pair of pants.
Interesting. I did not know that.
Yeah, I didn't either until just the other day. We were talking about it. The things you learn on gun channels, I'll tell you what.
Yeah, it makes sense though.
But here's the thing. I know what people mean when they say assless chaps. Well, it's almost like what they should say is like, chaps without pants on underneath it or whatever, right? Because chaps are designed to be worn like on top of blue jeans or on top of other things, right?
Yeah, but why are they
riding horses or whatever?
Why are they talking about assless chaps though?
I don't know. Yankees viewers are all gay.
He does well.
Actually, I should say that they're all immature, so they think
much
that
easier
like,
to say.
funny.
It is much easier to say assless chaps than it is to say chaps without pants on underneath.
Oh, I know, but it just say chaps.
But then you don't really get the point you want to make by saying, "Oh, he's wearing chaps." Well, okay. Chaps with what? Chaps with pants? Chaps with no pants? Assless chaps. Much easier that way.
I guess.
It's quicker and more efficient, even though it does not make total logical sense.
I will. Yeah, I concede that point. Damn, I was trying to avoid listening to Yankees chat. Now he's got me sucked in.
I'm kind of listening to it because this whole assless chap thing, it's got me intrigued.
Well, they're actually talking gun stuff now. They got off the abortion
stuff.
topic. But hey, I'm open to talk about whatever. Oh, snap. Dropping some serious dough there. Someone just popped in $15 to say S&W Performance Center 1911 or Sig Sauer 1911 45 TXS. Opinion for my first 1911.
Oh, he mentioned you.
Springfield Loaded Edition. Start there and work your way up. If you got the money, go Springfield TRP.
Wait, he mentioned me?
Yep.
Am I behind, maybe?
He said something. I'm not going to entertain the fact that Smeggy gave me $2 to mention his podcast or something like that. Oh, maybe I can rewind.
Oh, yeah. No, I heard it.
I'll tell you, I love Sig Sauer.
Well, hey, your $2 paid off.
Awesome. That it worked out perfect for me. Yeah, I'm not exactly live. Like I had a little bit of delay. You know how like the live will turn red if you're actually live?
Yeah.
And it wasn't live. But that worked out great because he's like, I'm not selling out to Smeggy to say his podcast, whatever the hell it's called. And Matt goes hit or miss. 9 o'clock Tuesday nights.
Say, go book his podcast, whatever it's really called, for $2. It's Tuesday nights at 9 Central. And that's over on gunchannels.com. Sorry, 9 Eastern. But this question here, they're saying Smith & Wesson Performance Center 1911.
Hey, he said it after all.
Say if it's your first 1911, you don't know.
That'll work. Okay. I'm going to go ahead and write an expense report out and send it to Night Strike. Advertising budget for the year. Done. $2 to Yankee Marshall.
Hey, Angry mentioned you on the gun channel side of Yankees chat.
Cool. All right, I'm getting out of this whole promotion whore mode. I hit that real heavy earlier tonight, and I'm sick of it now. So I'm going to stop doing that for the rest of the night.
That'll be $1. You just use my name.
What?
You said you hit it really heavy. So
I didn't say heavy
$1.
B. I didn't
Doesn't
say
matter.
I pulled a heavy B Friday night sights.
Everybody calls me heavy, so I'm trademarking that.
All right, whatever.
Yeah. By the way, Friday night sites 2 p.m.
You know what?
Pacific.
Fucking. I'm just gonna
5
talk
p.m.
over your whole promo just because of that. But I was gonna say just expense. Write an expense report.
Maggie likes boys.
Yep. Dude, just send the expense to Night Strike. He'll pay you $1.
Oh, okay, cool.
He's our money guy. He takes care of all that stuff.
If you got questions for the Heavy B channel, send them to the Heavy B channel at gmail.com. And I was going to invite you, Smeggy, but I'll still send you a link.
All right. I don't know if I'll be available, but that'll be cool. I've been in them before. It's a good chat. You do a good job.
Well, thank you. So do you guys.
Well, thanks. I know I do.
Yeah, I was going to say, especially when you're there.
I've been pretty consistent in being on them recently.
I can't say that.
So speaking of Friday night sites, what time are you going to be doing it? Because I know you were moving it around a little bit. It's like afternoon time or something?
Yeah, 2 p.m. Pacific, 5 p.m. Eastern.
Okay, so that will run right into Daily Gun Show kind of thing. That'll work out pretty good. Early watch ends, you'll start up, Daily Gun Show. Yeah, it's a good mix.
That was my thinking.
If that's the case, I forgot it that you did it earlier, I should be around. It just depends
Well,
if I have to drive to Indiana on Friday night or if I'm going on Saturday. And I won't know that till tomorrow when I'm at work.
Okay.
Say, Night Strike, did you hear y'all got your plug?
Did we?
Yeah.
I
Vaguely.
completely missed it.
Vaguely.
From who?
Yankee and Matt.
Kinda, yeah. So Yankee goes, I'm not gonna mention Smiggy's podcast for freaking $2, like whatever the heck the name is. And Matt goes, hit or miss. Tuesday night's 9 o'clock. And he's like, yeah, I'm not gonna talk about that. But the way I look at it is, yeah, they just talked about it.
Next time, don't give him that $2.
Well, listen, you missed this part too. That's our advertising budget for the year, so I'm going to go ahead and expense that to you. And also, apparently, you owe Heavy $1 because I owe him $1, but I'm just expensing it to you also.
Make that
So
two.
No, you said $1, dude. Don't get greedy here.
Well, no, you just said Heavy again.
I'm not.
Well-
I can't even say your name while addressing you. Fuck you.
Well, I have to tell you, I have to get the receipts, and it has to be in triplicate. So once you get that to me, then we'll.
Okay,
talk about
well,
reimbursement.
Heavy, go ahead and I guess send me something in a receipt or whatever, and then I'll expense it to Night Strike. I have my super chat receipt. I'll forward that to you right now.
Right.
So
Once
every
we
time you
actually
do it, it
start
sends you
making
an
some money with hit or miss, then eventually I can pay you back.
Okay, well, it is what it is. I'm just saying, yeah, that's advertising budget for the year. So, yep, I'm expensing it to you because you're the money guy.
Yeah, we only have $50. We
Well,
haven't
now
even
we
made
have 48.
$100.
You got to spend money to make money. Now we have 48.
No, I've already added those costs in there. We only have $50 now. We need to make $50 more to get a payout to reimburse everyone.
Don't even worry about it. It's an investment toward the future, Smeggy. Let it build with accruing interest.
I'm just saying. I think that this, when we go to sell off for millions of dollars, I'm gonna remember this and be like, I put some of my own money into the operating costs of the show, so I should get a little more kickback. I mean, are we equal partners on that stuff? We split it 50-50? Like, do I have 50% of the shares of Hit or Miss? Is that
When
how
y'all
that works?
decide in y'all's prenup.
Well, I don't think we ever talked about it. We just started doing it. I think I do. So when we sell it for millions of dollars, I'll get like half of that, and Night Strike will get half of that, and then we'll pay, signing bonuses to all of our co-hosts and guests that we've had.
Yeah, I just wish I could find the plug that we just got halfway. Oh well.
I might be able to find it. Give me a second.
All right.
Oh, now they're talking about carrying in bars.
Look at that image G-Webs is working on. He's working on a Night Strike patch.
Technically, he's working on a Duke Nukem patch.
It's totally Night Strike.
But I like the idea. He's just going to put a giant Y on your forehead.
Well, it works.
Yeah, I think in Michigan, you can't carry in a bar, but you can carry somewhere that serves alcohol. Like a restaurant or something that happens to also serve alcohol. That part's fine.
I found it. I found it. Uh,
You should
It's
like
funny.
cut that part up, and then like we'll play it during the show or something.
I can actually do that with software that I've got. I can
That's why
actually
I'm
just
telling you to
cut
do
that
it
out.
because I'm not a fucking. I can't edit shit. I don't have the patience.
But then we might get hit by Yankee for copyright infringement or something.
No, you can. That stuff is fair use. It's not like we're playing his whole show or anything. Anything that someone puts out there in the world is open to fair use, which would be, for educational purposes or to comment upon, as long as you're not playing the entire thing in its entirety. So it'd be fine. And if he does, what's he going to do? He's going to sue us for our extra $2?
Yeah, I know. It's just, maybe if I do it where we're commenting on him saying that,
We would be. We would be.
we do it like a whole Mystery Science Theater
Don't
thing.
think us a puss, dude.
We can get away with that.
We can say, here, this thing happened, and then we can play it, and then we can say, wasn't that awesome? And then we're covered. I hate when you do a Google search for something, right, on your phone, and it brings up, like, the thing it brings up is a PDF or whatever, right? Okay, great. I want to open that and look at it. Well, then it downloads it to your phone. I've looked up freaking, like, what the hell is this? The handgunlaw.com or .us or whatever. Yeah. I've looked that thing up so much. I have, like, the PDF of Michigan's handgun laws, like, 50 times on my phone. I always forget that I just have it. So I always just end up, like, researching it and click on it. And then, because it's named the same thing, it's like in parentheses 2, in parentheses 3, because it, like, I'm downloading the exact same file. I have like 50 of them on my fucking phone. But it's so much hard. Like, I don't know. I don't navigate on my phone very well on like where the download folder is. Like, I don't, it's a pain in the ass to get to. You got to click on like 5 different things. But anyways, I'm looking for Michigan's thing for Carrie in the bar. And, because I think I know. I just want to make sure.
Our state, you can conceal carry in a bar. You just can't consume anything.
Oh, I've skimmed across this a few times. I've never noticed this before. We do have state preemption. A local unit of government shall not impose special taxation on, enact, or enforce any ordinance or regulation pertaining to or regulating in any other manner the ownership, registration, purchase, sale, transfer, transportation, or possession of pistol or other firearm or pneumatic gun, ammunition for pistols or other firearms, or components of pistols or other firearms, except as otherwise provided by federal law or the law of the state. That's a really weird way of saying it. So, carry in restaurant that serves alcohol, yes. A yes above means you can carry into a place like described below. A no means you can't. And restaurant carry is basically talking about, like, just they happen to serve, but it's still not really like a bar.
So, Smeggy, I have to mention something. We have 326 subscribers right now. I'm surprised we even have that many.
No, it's because we're awesome. That's cool.
I know we're awesome, but I'm surprised we have that many after how long we've been doing this. Maybe if we made more short videos, we'd get more. What do you think?
Yeah, but I mean, it's hit or miss. It's a freaking podcast. That's how it's designed.
Yeah, remember, we got to say it right.
You do whatever the hell you want.
Hit or miss Tuesday nights, 9:00.
Oh yeah, you missed the part where I'm not being a shameless whore anymore.
Right.
But anyways, at least for the rest of the night, I'm just getting sick of it. So anyways, I mean, you can still do it. I don't care. I'm just saying.
We even got G-Webs to start doing it.
But anyways, yeah, I don't know. I mean, like I said, like you can start putting up little short 5-minute videos or something up on, because it's on your channel anyways, right? It's not like we have a separate hit or miss channel. So
Right. Well, I
you
want us
start
to have
doing
a
whatever you
separate
want.
hit or
I'm
miss
just saying,
channel.
from my point of view, I'm not really interested in doing that, so I don't really care.
Okay.
So don't be the only thing I could think of doing is what
Like
you all
range
know I
videos or
love
something?
doing, is ripping apart stupid anti-gun articles where, it's dumb McDumb face and all that stuff. And I don't know, I may film one of those like live or something while screen sharing the thing, and then like make it a video. And if I do that, I'd probably put it on mine. But I don't know if I do something like well, here's the thing: if I do something like that, I would just upload it to mine because it's easy. But then I would you could put it up on your channel also, since would be like a a hit or
Here's
miss
the thing.
segment.
Why does it
or
just
whatever.
have to be you? Why can't we both do it? It's just you and me,
Well,
doing
yeah,
it.
no, that's what I said. I would do it as a
together.
live thing. I'm not saying like only me. I'm the only person allowed to fucking talk.
Well, I think what we should start doing is, since you are the co-host and they see just you and me with a bunch of other people, that maybe we should start doing small short things where we do that, where it's just you and me doing it, no one else.
Yeah, fuck all the other people.
Well, I'm not saying that. I'm just
I
saying
know. I
that,
hear you saying.
you know.
Yeah, if I will keep that in mind next time I see one of them, because sometimes I always seem to find
What we
like
can do is we
really
call
bad
them
articles
editorials
on
or something, right?
Wednesday. Huh? What was that? I'm sorry, I didn't hear you because I was in the middle of talking.
I got it. We'll call it Smeggy's Corner.
I think we should call it like Dumb McDumb Face.
No, we got to be honest. We got to make it cool, right? Well, at least cool for us.
Yeah, but that's what people. We gotta give the people what they want, man.
Yeah, they want more Smeggy, but they want Smeggy to actually put some thought into naming the segment or the
it's making fun of Dumb McDumb Face. I'm not saying I'm Dumb McDumb Face. The people in the article are Dumb McDumb Face.
That seems childish.
No.
Yeah. Huh?
I am truly boggled by your intellectual argument.
Oh shit! When did you get here?
We've been here.
Has he?
Yeah.
He's been oddly quiet lately.
Me and him had a grand old talk when you weren't around.
Oh well, then I guess I'll go AFK again. No, not really.
No, I'm here. I just been listening to Yankee and then decided to stop, and now I'm done listening to Yankee. I mean, he's entertaining. Not that you guys aren't, but this is a lobby chat, so.
Thanks.
I just wanted to see if he would say the thing. I stopped listening to it too.
Yeah.
I might watch it later. I mean, I normally will listen to his stuff when I'm at work or whatever. That's the best time for podcasts because you're just sitting there at the computer anyways. What the hell is this? Oh, it's that stupid review show. You guys ever see that on Comedy Central?
Which one?
It's called like Review or something like that, or rating or something. Anyways, the idea.
I got it. We call it the spew.
I don't know. We'll think. We're gonna whiteboard that later. Anyways, yeah, it's called Review. So it's obviously like the whole thing's scripted, but it's like designed as if it's not, like it's kind of like a documentary. So here's the premise of the show is that the guy, like, people will suggest to review something to do like in real life, and he will do it and then give it like however many stars out of 5. And I mean, it's some of the stuff's crazy, like killing a person or getting a divorce or doing this different stuff. So then he goes and he does it and then he reviews it. So in the background there's like a whole thing where, you know, this actor or whatever, like this host is going through all these problems, like with his ex-wife and all this different stuff. And then there's the show inside the show, which is where he actually like gives it ratings and reviews things. But it's kind of dumb. And there was some whole big scene. I don't know. There's a person in a courtroom, and they were like climbing all over the place. They had like blinders on and earmuffs. They couldn't hear or see anything. Or it's like, what the fuck? He's probably reviewing like being blind and deaf or something. But it just, I don't know. It was dumb. Luckily, I was able to fast forward. Now South Park's on. Because I paused my TV like 5 hours ago. So I've just been watching in the background with like an hour delay. Oh, the World of Warcraft episode again? That was on earlier today. It's a good episode, but I'm just going to cut to the very end part. Because I like when they're getting ready for the main battle. And Cartman's all like, okay, guys, can you get the cloak of invisibility? Kenny, go ahead and get a healing spell. And it basically, it really reminds me.
Nice. Dude, this battle will last for hours. What are we going to do for food? Man, more Hot Pockets.
Yeah. Well, I like the setup scene because it reminds me of the Leroy Jenkins video.
Yeah.
Oh, Leroy Jenkins.
Dude, you're going to go in and make sure that you cast a rage spell and so, do you have Paladin 34s or whatever, like all this different shit. And then, yeah, the guy, Leroy Jenkins, goes in, fucking gets them all dead. Fucking hate you, Leroy. Yeah, well, at least I ain't chicken.
Yeah. At least I ain't chicken. When I first saw that, I about pissed my pants. I was laughing so hard at that.
Yeah, when that first came out with the whole Leroy Jenkins thing, it was hilarious. Though I think the South Park episode of World of Warcraft was hilarious.
Yeah, that was a pretty good episode.
It's like, oh my god, you killed Kenny. Kenny died so many times in that in that game. It's not funny.
Which one was it when they actually, like, one of the episodes, because they used to, oh my god, you killed Kenny, you bastards. They did all have emotion and stuff. And then they were doing an episode where they were sitting there talking and somebody killed Kenny and they go, oh my god, you killed Kenny, you bastards. All right, continuing on. I was like, holy shit.
And then they got to the point where it's like they killed Kenny and they were just like, eh.
That one specifically, if it's the one I'm thinking of, because they did that in there, was when it was the Towley episode where they got the Okama Game Sphere. And they wanted to get the Okama Game Sphere back. And these guys are all like, boys, like, you've been tricked. It's actually the government is not, and like, yeah, we don't care. Where's our Okama Game Sphere? And then, you know, all this other, oh, actually, they're aliens. Like, yeah, whatever. We don't care. We want our Okama Game Sphere back. So that's when Kenny dies. They're like, oh my god, you killed Kenny, you bastard. Where's our Okama Game Sphere? And the best part is like when they broke into the base, like they parachuted down, right? And they break into the base, they do all this stuff. And they're like, oh my god, it's taking forever. Hurry up, stupid parachute. But then when they're playing the thing, like, because they finally get it back, and then there's the war going on in the background, they're not paying attention. They're like, ah, cool, this game has a parachute level. It's like, you just did it in real life and it sucked, but it's in the game. You're like, oh, this is so cool. It's a parachute level. That's one of my favorite lines of the whole fucking series, man. Like, I love that episode. And I can't stand Towley. It's the whole part of how.
I don't know. I liked it when Towley was in one of the episodes where he's like, I remember the code to the key to the keypad, and then he just does Funky Town instead.
Yeah, he's like, doot, doot, boop, boop, doot. What the hell, Towley? You don't remember it? And then finally he's like, doot, 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 doot. That's it. I got it. You remembered the code? No. Funky Town. Doot, 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 Do, 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 do. I hate you so much, Tally. Yeah, so that's that whole thing. I don't know. There's just something about it. And even in the beginning part where they're like, okay, so if you spend the night at my house, we have baseball practice tomorrow, but that still gives us 11 and a half hours to play. And then they're like, oh, can we skip baseball practice? Like, well, I guess so. Oh, sweet. So that gives us another 8.5 hours. And then see if you can spend the night again. It's like, it's already Monday. We got to go to school. Oh, dang it. We can't go to school. Kyle has cancer.
Yeah, there was also the what was it? The one where Cartman freezes himself just so he can get a Nintendo Wii, and he ends up propelling himself into the future, and then it's the whole Buck Rogers spoof.
Oh yeah, I remember that.
That
That was like a 2 or 3 part episode.
Yeah, that
Like
was great.
The future land or something.
Yeah, with space otters.
Yeah.
Yeah, were they like dogs or cats or something?
They were otters.
And
They were otters.
Meowmatron or something.
Yeah, it was great. I love that episode. See if I can find that episode.
Yeah, I remember. Yeah, the member berries. That's the thing, man. Like, so all the other seasons, right? Like all the episodes were just take it or leave it, right? Like one at a time. Didn't really matter, like the basic story going on. I mean, they had some story arcs that would carry over, but mostly it didn't really matter. But that whole season with the PC culture and the member berries and all that was the first time they started doing, like, you have to watch every week because otherwise you're like, what the heck's going on? Even though they had other stuff going on, it's like it was that one big story. And the stuff with
You mean
Mr.
with, like,
Garrison being Trump was just freaking hilarious.
PC Principal, I think, was the funniest thing I had ever seen in South Park in a long while. Because yeah, I don't know. You watch. They said something great was going to happen on South Park, and out of nowhere, this bro guy comes out and it's like politically correct principal. It's like, oh shit, they went there. They fucking went there.
Yeah. Actually, your microaggressions, like you're marginalizing the entire society. That of those ones, one of the good ones was when Jimmy is writing for the school newspaper, and like the whole thing, and he's like, well, you can't, like, he said something bad about whatever, and he's like, you can't do that. He goes, it's because the retard was in the op-ed, like someone wrote an op-ed and said that school lunch program's retarded. And he's like, you can't do that. It marginalizes people with handicaps.
Who's writing the newspaper? I'm gonna break his legs. And it ends up being Jimmy, and he's like, "Are you really gonna break his legs?"
It was great. He's
Jimmy's
like, are you uncomfortable being near me, PC Principal? No, I'm not. I think you're uncomfortable with being around mentally handicapped people.
Because he's already using crutches, so you're gonna break his legs. It's like, are you really gonna break his legs?
It's a good one. And then he comes out with PC stands for pussy crushing, because the guys they have a frat party and they're all the PC thing, and they're all.
It's like a PC gang or something.
Randy
like that.
joined their frat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. And then there's I hate to say this. I know as a gun owner I should be appalled by this, but I liked that gun show where they're trying to do it like a dog show.
Oh yeah. Oh,
I loved the gun show.
Yes, like, oh, here's a magnificent example of a Brazilian 1911, or like, yeah.
How about
Randy's got the Glock 28.
How about the part where Officer McCready is off duty and he goes into the gun shop, and they show him the AR-15 and he's like, "Oh my god!"
I don't remember that.
It's great.
Yeah, I like the gun show part. That was funny.
I'd like that gun show, that gun episode.
Even though, man, what the hell, guys? Like, they said stuff that was just so wrong. They said the wrong names of guns and shit. I'm like, no, there's no such thing as that. Like, why would you say
Maybe
that?
that's why they did it.
Maybe because I mean, from what I know from like the creators, like their interviews and stuff, they seem to be fairly like libertarian-ish, so they should be cool with guns. But maybe they're just not gun people. Like they're probably like, yeah, you can have them, I don't care, but they don't care enough to like get it right, or they did it on purpose and they're just trolling me. I don't know.
I like how Cartman and his mom were arguing with guns, and then it's like at the end, his mom's like, "Wow, these things are really effective."
Yeah, they let us talk about it or talk our problems out like that.
It's like, no, Eric, you go to bed right now. Walk straight up those stairs and go to bed. No video games, no cell phone, no tablet. Just go straight to bed. It's like, all right. I love you, honey. I love you too, Mom.
One of my favorites
These
is
are
when
really effective.
Randy steals like the black matter and puts it in Stan's like Boy Scout car.
Oh yeah,
it creates like a black hole, and like the aliens come down and gives them like galactic credits, and they're like, "Oh no, not Fenrir! Fenrir killed itself. Fenrir committed suicide."
How about that one episode? It's back in the day, but where they're worried about people abducting their children, so they go to the China Walk, and they ask the guy
shitty wall
to build them a city wall, and he's like, "I don't build walls. I sell city walk." and then Randy goes and gives the whole speech about how great his ancestors were and how much they respected them for protecting their people.
Stupid Mongolians.
And the China guy, the China Walk guy, was like, you could see him having tears because he's so happy that someone respects his people. He's like, okay, I build wall.
I remember right after Trump got elected, I saw a meme, and it was a picture of the City Walk guy, and it was like, word on the street is Trump's brought in a master wall builder.
Yeah, that's all we got to do. Just tell him that the Mexicans are Mongolians, and he'd build it.
All right, you want shitty beef? Shitty beef? Fried rice?
I don't know if you've ever played the video game that they did not too long ago. It's called The Stick of Truth. It's fucking hilarious. But here's the thing. There was a point in the video game where the Mongolians took over the City Walk and made the Chinese guy sell only Mongolian food. And he's like, don't try the Mongolian beef. It tastes like shit. and then he hires the kids, Cartman and the gang, to go and beat up Mongolian children to get them out of the China Walk.
Mm.
It's like, you go beat up Mongolian kids. The video game is hilarious. It is just as wrong as the series.
I like that episode where they introduced it, where they're like, the Stick of Truth, like like, what a stupid game, and then it goes to a commercial for the Stick of Truth, like it's an actual thing. Like, who would ever play that? What a bunch of losers.
No, the game is hilarious. It is a great game.
Yeah, in the show they make fun of the game. They're like, that sounds like the dumbest game ever. Who would buy that?
Well, it was a play on
commercial, and it's an actual commercial for Stick of Truth.
The game was ridiculous. But yeah.
I like South Park, man. They definitely man, they hit some really topical stuff. Like, that's the thing. They pick on everyone, so I think that kind of gives them a pass when people are like, oh my god, they're making fun of Mormons or something. It's like, dude, they've made fun of everybody. Get over yourself.
Yeah, literally everybody. I like the Caitlyn Jenner one where she just keeps running over people.
Hey guys, I'm gonna switch computers. I got the message from G-Webs, and I need to get the AK out because it's time for the AK-47 podcast.
Yeah, it's probably getting ready to head to bed anyways. I'm pretty tired. I had to wake up.
Oh yeah, I'm going over there too. We'll see you guys. As I'm yawning also.
Later.
Okay, bye guys.
Test, 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 test. Test. Test.